hard to find. You know the places that I like to hide, and we'll go there side by side. You and I, our footsteps in perfect stride. Calm of twilight, when your night's been so long, you try to do right, but everything turned out wrong. When I need or want you, hard to find. I know the places that you like to hide, and we'll go there side by side. You and I, our breath dancing into the night. Spent years in training, fighting battles uphill. When care is heavy and getting heavier still. those hands up for tonight again. Even in another lifetime, find me there.
clock is an unforgiving warden who watches as I'm off mistaken. Is it deep enough to risk it? Am I too broken to fix it? Sinking deeper in the dark, but I see clearer in the fog. In the fog.
doses till they stuck in me insulin. Kill it, I heard soft work, I bust my legs in the interim. Chasing sky higher vibes, yeah. By all means, tryna flex like Hot 97. By all means, triple threat, Malcolm X. Hey, by all means, can't stop till I got the top spot right next to Missy. Erica Incense and Prince, product of joy, magic and muscle. Van McCoy with the hustle. We've been working circles, small as pinky rings. My people play position, puzzle pieces complete the vision. Yeah, we've been working like the Energizer vibe non-stop. Bad bunnies drive to the drum line now. We've been working, we've been working, we've been working, yeah, we've been working, yeah, we've been.
The unity, Father, that we need here in this community. Because we know that unity brings blessing, and the blessing brings rain, and the blessing brings peace. So we thank you so much that we would evaluate everything in the light of who you are. We'll praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Good praise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So before we get started on board reports, I'd like to make a statement. I want to give you all a recap of events. 2 weeks ago, we had a town hall to hear community concerns about our decision as a board to terminate the GM. We listened to you and reflected. Last week, we had a special executive session meeting concerning Ms. Calendar's termination. We also had a meeting with Ms. Calendar. This resulted in a unanimous vote by the board to rehire Ms. Calendar with performance improvement plan to be developed, and with the understanding that we will also be looking to hire a comptroller to oversee association finances. She's agreed to this plan and set to resume work on Monday. Meanwhile, I understand that some members have formed what they call the Director Removal Committee. Last week, they requested time to speak at today's board meeting. However, they didn't submit an agenda item appropriate for a board meeting or consistent with the rules for being on the agenda. They seem to want another town hall to air their grievances, and that's not what board meetings are for. The purpose of these board meetings is to discuss board business with actionable agenda items for the board to vote on. Director removal is not a board vote. In addition to that, after I asked for clarification about the request for time at this board meeting, one of the members of the Director Removal Committee threatened legal action against the board. And so because of the threatened legal action, now I really can't talk about an unsubmitted petition or their actual concerns without considering potential legal implications against the association. Of course, if these members want to proceed with their petition to remove duly elected board members, there's a way for them to do that appropriately under laws of Texas. So just so you all know, we're not going to be discussing the Director Removal Committee's concerns today at the board meeting. With that, I move on to the reports.
During the executive session. On the agenda for the executive session. Okay.
All right, now for the approval of the minutes. We have the regular board meeting minutes for March 21st, special meeting minutes for April 9th, regular meeting minutes April 18th, special meeting minutes April 25th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Have you all reviewed? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
That's a unanimous vote to approve the minutes. Secretary's report.
I have a couple of emails that were sent and requested that they be read into the minutes at the next board meeting. This is from CD Benham. This is my opinion, which means it will be easy for you to dismiss because there are no facts, though I have tried to give a few examples. Let me start by saying that you as a board would expect a certain level of professionalism and respect from your employee, GM, and association employees. It is only right that your employee association, employee, and association members expect a certain amount of professionalism from the board as a whole and from the individual directors. The board, especially the current board president, has disrespected the association by allowing minimal input from audience members during the last board member meeting. With one notable exception, Travis Huey was invited or allowed to address the board more than once. The board president ignored anyone else's raised their hand to address concerns about the various topics being called for a vote. The board abrogated its responsibility to the members by approving an MOU for the local museum on Main Street committee, limiting the ability of the board to control how the association uses its own property for a period of 36 months from end of Smithsonian exhibit. The restriction is closer to 42 months when including current arrangement, granting a member of the Moms Committee to serve as scheduling gatekeeper. The board voted in executive session concerning termination of the GM employment. The results were announced in open session. It may not be wrong to vote in closed session, but it is cowardly. Board members should be able to know how various board members vote. The cowardice and disrespect continued when the board decided to inform Ms. Cavender of its decision on the phone and using the VP to do so? Why didn't the board president deliver the results himself and in person? I'm sure Ms. Cavender would have remained available on the fort if asked. I've been informed she was in her office working for some time after being excused from the executive session. The board president put out a statement which appeared calculated to confuse association members by implying the GM's departure was by mutual consent. While the board must respect the GM's privacy as to the specific reasons for dismissal, they should not actively seek to make the GM seem to be in agreement with the outcome, which in my opinion is what the statement was intended to accomplish. There are other things which concern me. Some board members appear more interested in being right more than doing the right thing. In other words, they are so convinced their agenda for the fort is absolutely correct, they do not need to entertain any comments from the floor. The only person officially recognized to speak to the board during the last meeting, April 18th, on any of the topics up for vote was Travis Huey. Everyone else who raised their hand was ignored. One person did get a question in by simply pushing ahead and asking, but it wasn't about the flurry of motion taking place. I was a little confused about the purpose of the meeting. One would think the purpose was to reach informed and reasoned decisions. Based on some of the director's comments and attitudes, it appears some of them were more interested in setting a land speed record for completing the meeting. At least one board member has shown open disdain for the GM and open session. I believe by, and this is kind of cut off at the bottom. Rather, he said she was supposed to know what budget information was wanted without his input. It appears the GM is being blamed for the condition of the accounting system when in actuality, it was the board who removed the very source resources needed for the GM to be successful. Against her request, my dad, as a former director, was very fond of saying, and I paraphrase, the board is to ensure a well-run fort, not run the fort. We haven't heard that one lately. We have. The GM is responsible for day-to-day operations and should have been allowed to continue a well-developed business arrangement which could have assured successful audit and accurate monthly P&Ls as the bare minimum. The recent offer letter on behalf of the employees in support of Charlena Cavender to the board implies unprofessional conduct of some directors toward Ms. Cavender and some of the employees. The sad part of all of this is that if the board had not removed Triumvir against GM's wishes and delayed going live with Buildium and QuickBooks until the proper steps were taken to ensure all of the accounts were balanced, the annual, on both sides, the association would not be in its current position of not knowing where all the money is or belongs. The annual audit, as required, would be finished. The fort would also not have gone almost 12 months and continuing without a P&L and balance sheet statements. I'm willing to admit that the additional facts might lead me to adjust my opinion. However, there is certainly an appearance of impropriety and quite possibly gross negligence on the part of some of the directors. As of now, the fort is at a minimum in violation of our own declaration of restricted covenants and regulations because the court is still unable to complete an audit, unable to have a complete picture of our finances because Buildium and QuickBooks are still not reconciled. 12 months and counting, I know the treasurer keeps stating accounts are reconciled. If that were truly the case, the accurate P&L would be possible. Open to claims of a hostile work environment because of how GM has been treated in the past and then fired, these actions have the potential to lead to a wrongful termination lawsuit. Respectfully, Curtis D. Benham, board member in good standing. Your next is for James Rice and Chris Rice. It says, please read this email into the record at the 5/16 regular board meeting. Thanks. We watched the 5/9 special meeting and commend the board on its decision to reinstate Charlena as GM operations manager with quarterly performance reviews and the hiring of a comptroller accountant as office manager. The accountant position should be a joint process with the GM, the board, and assistant treasurer. The average board member does not understand the various levels of expertise which are required. The treasurer's role is to oversight to ensure membership receives monthly financial reports. It is not meant to be the day-to-day accounting operations. Jason Long has phenomenal data skills, which have been proven in the membership receivables transition to Belgium. He's not an accountant. Travis Huey, assistant treasurer, has a strong financial and business ownership background. He understands the board's QuickBooks accounting and should be instrumental in the hiring and qualified comptroller accountant. He is the best person to introduce the new accountant to the board accounting system in QuickBooks and restore it to accrual rather than the cash basis. Jason is proficient in building. The Ford has been lacking a qualified accountant for years. Thank you for taking the initiative. Jim and Chris Race.
That's your.
I'm sorry.
Your report.
Those are the only reports that were in my email that needed to be read. I do not have another secretary's report.
Overall, our balance is so good. It dropped some due to more expenses in April. And the restricted fund dropped noticeably due to about $40,000 spent towards the motel repairs. This is basically treasury report. The bank balances total at the end of March was nine hundred forty-six thousand four hundred fifty-two. In April was 882,000. And that change of 64,000, mostly due to the $40,000 drop in the restricted fund due to motel repairs. And interest earnings for March were 2,582.71. And in April, they were 2462.66. Interest went down by $120. Reconciliation between Buildroom and QuickBooks was successful with a variance of only 0.1% in assessment income. The substantial effort included 1,000 broken down deposits covering 22,000 Buildroom transactions and 70,000 line items. Deposits were matched to Buildroom and QBO and broken down in detail. The small difference. Remaining difference is largely attributed to timing differences between deposit dates and Buildroom and dates. The related bank transactions due posted in QPO. From the profit and loss highlights, the total income from October 2025 to April 26 was approximately $1.49 million with a positive net income of approximately $207,000. Assessment income remained the primary driver at approximately $951,000. December was the strongest month with approximately $267,000 in total income and $129,000 in net income. RV park, motel, hunting, and golf contributed meaningful revenue led by RV park income at approximately $221,000. Total expenses were approximately $1.35 million, led by admin at $458,000 and maintenance at $325,000. October was the weakest month with net loss approximately $116,000 largely due to unusually high expenses, including property tax. April was posted a net loss of $18K as expenses exceeded income. For the restricted historic and special assessment transfer to date, we collected, well, at the end of April, we collected $71,144.55 based on the overall transfers and minor adjustments due to changes in building after the posting date. For April, $2,509.53 was put into the preservation fund and $7,526.80 was put restricted. An additional $16,843.13 was put into restricted from special assessment contributions. The monthly motel report. The motel reported revenue of $14,614.63, including $13,882 in room and non-tax revenue and $762.32 in tax. April activity included 191 occupied rooms supported by Easter baby showers and parties. Lewis Hall was closed until April 6th due to porch and support being repaired. Occupancy was 79 members, 51 member guests, and 61 non-members, for a total of 191 rooms occupied. The members' service report. Reported member service activity, $1,550, 8 transfers processed, 2 new FRMs, 1 FRM cancellation, and 2 givebacks. Department budget review and financial accountability. The assistant treasurer met with the department heads to review budgets, current expenses, financial reporting expectations, and how budgets should be broken down by the chart of accounts category. These meetings are part of an ongoing effort to give department leaders clear budget visibility and help them become more active financial managers of their areas. These meetings were constructive and represent a positive step towards stronger budget accountability and day-to-day financial decision making. 2025 audit preparation. FCSA engaged John Cotton CPA for fiscal year 25 audit preparation is making good progress towards submitting full financials for the annual audit. FCSA continues to work with Vela, who is proving to be a valuable resource for day-to-day accounting tasks, cleanup, and corrections. So to reiterate, all the money has been put into QuickBooks. The P&L is accurate all the way through. So that is submitted to the director's electronic packets and hard copy for the review. Thank you.
And on to Ms. Wolf, on to your interim report.
I'd like to give a report on the April 1st through April 31st motel sales. Taxable rooms were $13,852.
Sure.
There were 79 members, 51 member guests, 61 non-members, with a total occupied rooms of 191. Housekeeping and maintenance. A part has been back ordered for 7 months. It was located and delivered to repair to the gas dryer. Philip successfully replaced the part and also repaired a leak in one of the washers. Currently, the 2 commercial washing machines and the 2 dryers are back in service. Replacement linens were ordered for Patton Hall and will be ordered for Bullis as it nears completion. It's been several years since they've had replacement linens ordered. Bullis, when it's completed, will be 100%. The plumbing has been completed on Bullis. Patton will have to close for a day or so to get the plumbing repaired on that, and that will be scheduled with Philip when he has time to do that. Joanna Cruz, a representative of Benny Key, was invited to come out and talk with our motel manager, Letty Rivas, to discuss options for creating income with grab-and-go items that can be purchased and microwaved. This is an alternative to the guests having to go to Stripes or Lowe's, and it will bring some income into the motel. This will also be added to the RV park and the pro shop. Also was discussed with Hunt Pizza, Jesse. He does provide pizzas to the school district and to other places, and there is a possibility that we could have him provide the pizzas for our golf tournaments and for the pro shop. That would also be already completed and cooked, and we could make a profit on that. It's also discussed what the cleaning supplies for the motel and other areas that housekeeping is responsible for. Dispensers can be provided by Benny Keith to fill the spray bottles, and it'll save on spillage, and it'll also be commercial cleaning solutions. And the dispensers will be at no charge to the court. Mrs. Cruz will be following up with Letty to present a plan that would possibly be cost saving and increase the revenue of the motel, RV, park, and pro shop. Planet Hotel is our reservation software. Letty was successful in contacting the company and getting the login problem solved. She's following up on getting the online reservation information and cost to update and enable 24/7 online reservations. This will be integrated into our website. When visitors access the website, they'll be offered the opportunity to book rooms. They can book a venue, a golf package, and other amenities such as grab and go and other food items that Benny Keith could offer for individuals, groups, or as an individual person that just wants to buy something and take to their room. And this system is compatible with QuickBooks for transferring deposits and credit card payments. The board voted to protest the 2026 appraisal protest. That protest was completed and filed with the appraisal district. We've had some vandalism in the gym. There was a report made to go and inspect the gym. The pulleys on 2 of the machines have been broken and pulley wires have been stripped. The side door has evidently being used to exit, and it does not automatically lock when closed. Cameras have been broken. Security has suggested a door be replaced on that side door with an emergency exit door with a bar and an alarm to signal if it has been opened. Replace the cameras and mount in the ceiling out of reach. The RV park, I followed up on antennas to complete the Wi-Fi at the RV park. The antennas and parts were delivered. And since that time, I was told that Chad Potts has sold his company to Skyway. The plan is to train Adam and possibly Ryan to install and maintain the equipment, since the equipment now belongs to the fort. Philip has offered to provide the bucket truck to help with installation. This will become very important when we have additional people in the RV park, and the RV park is full, and we need the Wi-Fi to be completed. Collections and liens, the staff has been meeting their collection goal of 25,000 a month. Now, I understand they're going to set a new goal of 30,000 a month. They're working very intensely on collections and filing liens. Community Council has placed defibrillators at 3 locations on the fort. The golf course, Creekside Clubhouse has one, fitness center on Scales Road, and the RV park office. The Community Council has paid for the equipment and also the maintenance and service contract. ARC is still needing people to volunteer to help them on ARC. They currently have just 4 members, and they really need to have, 6 or 7. I think they have a maximum of 7 that can be on the committee. Golf had a very successful night golf tournament. The Margarita machine was a very successful addition to the pro shop. They're very happy to have it down there, and it's another moneymaker. The men's and women golf club contributed to the success of Creekside, and their efforts are greatly appreciated. GABC compliance signs have been ordered and will be displayed. The staff has displayed their certifications for server and food handler as required by the state. Preservation, the repair of windows and wall repair caused by water leaks in art studio has been completed. Willis Hall is nearing completion and new plumbing installed. Will have rooms available for occupancy, hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks. Patton Hall will require closure in the future to install the new plumbing. The closing will be coordinated with Philip and the maintenance. Bookkeeping, currently, the treasurer and assistant treasurer are working with the auditors. That work has begun and hopefully maybe by next meeting, we'll have a projection on when that audit will be completed. The treasurer and assistant treasurer have been working with department heads to review departmental budgets. They've had these meetings have included guidance on how the deposit should be broken down by the chart of accounts category. So revenue and expenses are more accurate, can be more accurately tracked by department. This is an ongoing effort to give department leaders a clearer visibility into their budgets and help them become more active financial managers. We appreciate their guidance. The reserve studies, we currently have received 3 reserve studies to review. The board will need to review those and make some suggestions or possibly look at others if they're not successful. DLP was asked to come to the fort and meet with Philip and Matt to review their schedule and show where the priority areas are that they need to know. Philip and Matt are working together to help DLP improve and identify the areas that have not been addressed. DLP's contract is for 4 people and needs to be reviewed and adjusted when they only provide 2 people. And due to the pipeliners and other jobs that pay more, they're in a crunch to try to find people to go to work for them. They have purchased a new mower, a very large one that will speed up being able to mow. And they're planning on training when they can get the people, they're going to train them how to use it. As of now, it's not being used because they need the training before they can turn them loose on it. The Smithsonian exhibit is being planned in partnership with Fort Clark Springs Association and other groups. There's significant volunteer cleanup has been completed. Some painting's been done. I understand they're going to be painting again this weekend. It's looking very nice, and we've had several lectures in the hall up there, and it's been very well received. The Texas Historical Commission is expected in May the 20th. They're coming to do a workshop on tourism, and I don't know if they've filled all the slots, but if they haven't, I think it would be good for anyone that's interested in tourism for the fort to attend. There's several upcoming community events. Wednesday, May the 20th is the Heritage Tourism Workshop. It's led by the Historical Commission. It's going to be at Dickman Hall from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we're going to be sharing some opportunities that are going to be coming to our area through the Smithsonian on Main. It brings the Historical Commission Heritage Tourism team to share valuable insights, ideas, and training on how rural communities can better tell their unique stories and grow heritage and tourism. Saturday, May the 30th, the golf course is having a golf and shrimp boil. If anybody likes that, it's going to be a fundraiser for the golf course. And you can pre-order or email to the pro shop to fcsmgolf@gmail.com. Friday, July the 3rd, we've got some people that are very actively putting together a 4th of July program. They'll be having vendors And, they're gonna have some 5K runs, and they'll have Little Miss Liberty and Little Uncle Sam pageant. They'll at the swim park, they're gonna have an Independence Day celebration. And they're seeking vendors, parade, signups, questions, and donations. The fireworks fundraiser has started, and they're gonna be seeking, uh, donations for the, fireworks. Uh, $100 or more donation gets a yard sign to show your support and donate at the 4 o'clock at Main. I'd like to thank all the staff. Anna has done a fantastic job at managing the staff, and allowed me to go out and take a look at some of the things on the fort that I had not been able to see before, and see what some of those things are that probably needs some attention. So I've enjoyed it, and I appreciate y'all's support.
On to committee. On to committee reports.
There's one, the airport.
The airport. Maria Perkins submitted the following. The airfield has been mowed several times and the mesquite was treated. Thank you to the maintenance for mowing the overgrown area.
Architecture.
Good morning, board and members. We kind of slowed this last month. We only approved 2 applications, sent out 5 violations, and we're currently reviewing architectural documents, especially those that contradict one another, trying to clean that up. We're reviewing 5 documents right now. That's all we have. We're still just at, Ms. Wolf said, we only have 4 members. Our documents state we shall have 5 to 7. So we need 1 more in a bad way. And it can come to the board to appoint somebody based on Title 11, Chapter 209, so you can appoint anyone you want. So if you want to do that, you have that opportunity. That's all I have.
Thank you.
No one's has any interest in volunteering to you or anyone?
No, 1, but you can't get through what, so.
Okay.
Other than that, no volunteer.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we need that.
Committee council.
Preservation second.
Oh, well, preservation, I know is not able to be here, so I can read the preservation report.
You can read preservation.
Okay.
He's gonna report from preservation.
President Constance Gill will call the meeting to order. This is the minutes for the preservation committee. It's not their report.
Report.
I can read the minutes.
How long is it?
All right, so I'll just read the minutes since we don't have a report. President Constance Kilgore called the meeting to order at 3:02 p.m. Committee members present: Constance Kilgore, Jack Marsh, Ava Huey, Bruce Milano, Chip Riggins, Jen Metcalf. Secretary's report minutes of March 11th, 2026 were read and approved with corrections. Treasurer's report: Eva Huey reported bank balance March 31st, 2026. $49,020.52. Available funds $37,818.40. Motion carried. Financials accepted. Russell Knoll, member of FCS Historical Society, was present to review history of the society and Kinney County Historical Commission discussion on correct name of preservation committee. Motion carried. Presentation to BOD on considering small jobs up to $5,000. First must know color schemes be insured and bonded due unrefined maintenance and repair work for job. Bruce Milano will Combine a list of contractors, discussion on task force and reserve study. Motion carried. Reservation Committee will make a strong statement to the FCS board in support of a reserve study. Sharing information on past projects with FCS board committee member Jack Marshall. Observe building repairs or storm damage repairs completion. Motion carried. Service club contractor bid request to complete repairs except for foundation work. Assessment of firehouse roof repairs. Discussed RFP about $1,000 for materials to drain water properly. Meeting adjourned at 4:37. Next meeting, May 13th.
Linda's not here.
Read this.
Do we have the recycling reports? Okay.
Recycling report. We received a check for $1,041 for cardboard that was shipped in February. We shipped 26 bales and 14 boxes this month. We miss our volunteers who leave Fort Rock Springs for the summer. New volunteers would be most welcome. Call the office to let Helen know.
And then do we have a community council report?
I did leave something off on the windows, and the, work that was done for the water leaks at the art studio has been completed, by the preservation company and approved, for that, repair.
Tom Kovac sent this, there's just a short note here that, Community Council is giving away, free Eclipse t-shirts to residents while supply lasts, so, didn't say where the t-shirts were at, but there's free t-shirts available.
You can email fcscommunitycouncil@gmail.com for t-shirt. That's it. On to email votes. April 29th, 26, protest 2026 appraisal valuation passed unanimously. Email vote to April 23rd, 26, a motel linen purchase in the amount of $2,908.64 passed unanimously. On to member comment on agenda items. So this is what I was talking about pre-meeting. There's a list in the back. If you would like to speak on an agenda item, please sign up. And let us know which agenda item or items you want to speak to. And the way we'll do it is you can speak before the agenda items start or before the specific agenda item, whatever your preference, for or against.
Can you get it?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, in this scenario, having the member comments before the agenda items, how would a member have a constructive question to ask in the context of for or against when they have not heard the discussion? They're simply just reading the agenda items.
The agenda items are listed as actionable motions. So some are not, but some of the old business is not, but the new business is. So right, it's about order. The attempt is to follow an orderly way to do this, which is a back and forth of speaking. This is an attempt to be more inclusive, so that people have their voice to be heard. So there's no strict rules about this. I'm just trying to keep it orderly.
And just out of clarification, if someone didn't put their name on here right now and they want to speak later, can they come up here and send up the list?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
this
not an end all. You can come up here and put your name on the list and still talk.
just like the town hall where people have signed up we'll go through the list of those items relative to what, however, there are some members who haven't put agenda items they want to speak to. So we'll see how to handle that. But that's effectively how it's. I'm asking to speak on the agenda items, and we talked about agenda items, also not members. It's motions, not members. So that said, I'd like to start with the unfinished business portion.
Hey, just 1 second, Aaron, please.
Yeah.
I would just like the record to reflect that I think the most constructive way as a community for us to move forward would be I'm not wholly against the idea of the for or against, but I think as far as a progression to make the most sense, I believe in order for the members to have enough information to have a for or against, or enough context to ask appropriate and substantive questions, would be for that to take place after motion. If we're going to do it this way. A motion is made, the board speaks for or against, and at that time, a member can then ask a constructive, substantive question for or against, or speak for or against at the time after the board has concluded its discussion. And that would just be, I just want that noted for the record, please.
I don't. Okay, I want to amend that proposal. In the scenario where the members speak after the directors speak, if a member has said something that then changes the director course to speak, then I think it makes sense that it's not the director speak, then the members speak, and then it's over. I think the directors can then also speak again, because members do have thoughts and comments to contribute that can certainly affect the decision made by the directors. So I would say it's more of a dialogue in that regard, speaking for and against. But it has to end with the directors taking a vote. So that's where the directors would have to speak after the members speak as well. So I'm for that, as Mr. Wiley proposes. I just think also the directors have to then speak. Is that clear as mud, everybody?
Yeah.
So
There's mine.
on to unfinished business. This first item was there were questions that were sent to legal counsel some time ago now, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. We put it on the agenda. I'm hoping to have heard my legal counsel by now. We have not, and I did read those questions at the town hall. There's 13 of them that I came up with. So we're still waiting legal opinion. And so unless I see here, let's go.
It's right up here in case somebody else were to sign. You want it back?
Well, on the list, Ms. Hagan has requested TABC. So we don't have information from our legal, but if Ms. Hagan has something to say for or against it, now is the time. Okay.
Did you get one?
Oh, actually,
Okay, buddy. Right.
Unfortunately, Mr. Kwan made me a party to this on April 2nd, when he sent me an email demanding the minutes from the Los Morris Corporation board, and I referred that immediately to you. And at that particular time, after back and forth, you indicated that you had voted to remove me and I believe Dustin Smith from the filing documents for both Los Morris Corporation and from TABC. So you really didn't need a vote to do that because it's required anytime there's a change. And after 2021, apparently the boards never did make changes to either of those particular filing documents. Our good friend, Mr. Hahn, continue to harass me till you guys, apparently now she getting off my back, and I thank you for that. I was under the understanding after the night golf tournament by something that Mr. Wolf apparently said to one of the golfers that the TABC issue was taken care of and that our license was renewed. And then I understand that that has not been done. So I'd like an explanation of why it's taking our attorney so long to make a comment. I also found, actually, it's the unsigned version, as I told you at the meeting, both Lisa Dale and I had seen the signed document, but Chris Hill was able to locate the unsigned document from March 25th, 1995, bottom paragraph, making us under one umbrella, both the FCSA and the Los Morris Corporation. And one of the people signing that document was Bill Hahn. So I'm assuming that you have located these from March 25th, 1995 to send to our attorney. And I have another question, and this is one that's concerning me since I heard about this. Since 1995, we have been under the same umbrella for both TABC and the Los Morris Corporation, which is a single board, you. All of a sudden now, on April 2nd, 2026, Mr. Hahn is requesting this, and now we are somehow checking on our status that was apparently done in 1995, and I'd like to know why now? What triggered this? I'm waiting. If you answer.
I really don't know what triggered it, other than it was brought up to the board that we need to update or make some decisions on the TABC license. I did speak to the field representative out of Austin for licensing, and he said it's evident that since 2012, we've been renewing our license the same way that it was renewed this year. Just go in and renew it. And then whenever we get our questions answered from the attorney, we can go in, everything's done online. And we just need to go in and update whatever our attorney comes up with at that time. But there was, it would have create a very big turmoil if we had not gone ahead and renewed it as what we have been doing since 2012. And that's exactly what I was recommended, and that's what I did.
That part I understand. I'm very well in the process of renewing a license with TABC for both the licenses, both the liquor license at Dickman Hall and the beer wine license at the golf course. I guess I didn't phrase my question well. The issue of Los Morris Corporation, why was that, and whether we're under the same umbrella? What triggered that? I mean, we've been doing this since 1995. Los Morris Corporation was set up for the TABC liquor license. So that was the sole purpose that it was set up. And then now all of a sudden we're questioning whether Los Morris Corporation is under one umbrella and one board, you. And I have spoken to other board members, to past GMs, and we have no idea why now this has been questioned. Did this come from Mr. Hahn? Did this come from another one of our volunteers? I'm curious, because this has never been this big of an issue before. The only issue that needed to be addressed is making sure that the filing documents for both TABC and for the Los Morris Corporation were brought up. They have to be changed every time there's a change in the board or in the general manager. So I'm just curious, why now are we questioning whether there's one board or there should be, or there was ever two? There's not. Since 1995, there's only been one board. You. So where does this come from? Was this Mr. Hahn again? Likes to get his fingers and stuff like that, which is weird because he's one of the signatures of the 1995 document. Does anybody know? I mean, if you don't know, let me know. I'm being asked.
To my knowledge, it was brought up by the general manager that we needed to clarify, because we didn't have that 1995 information, and we needed to clarify with the attorneys, if that was the case, that we were under one board and how we were going to properly, legally update the principles and stuff like that. But that's the first time I heard about it. It was going around, um, back then, and from my understanding, the general manager was the one that presented it to the board that it needed to be clarified.
That is also my experience of it. The GM brought to us and said we needed to sign these documents. And so,
That's true.
but out of due diligence, I had a lot of questions at the time because it was specifically regarding Los Morris, signing on to the corporation for me, and taking ownership of TABC regulated entities that if I were to be a named member of the corporation, then that I would be responsible for, to the tune of, I could get in quick legal trouble if the laws are being violated. And I asked the question, well, if I'm going to put my name on a corporation that puts myself in legal jeopardy, I would expect to have reports on what the goings on are under Los Morris with the TABC license, and that has not occurred my entirety on the board. So I had questions, and I wanted to know that we're doing it the right way. And all these questions were run through the entire board prior to being agreed on and submitted to the board.
And you do realize that our insurance covers actions on that operations under the TABC license, just like they cover any other actions for errors and omissions that the five of you may or may not commit. It's come up in the past, obviously, for other boards. But I'm pleased then, what is the actual status? Is we apparently funded the licenses, is that correct? I understand, memory serves me right, the liquor license isn't up until like next year, 27.
I'm not sure about the
But
different all license.
probably should check that because we always diaried it a couple months ahead to make sure that any changes in TABC procedures would be catched before the license is even came close to expiring, and we always paid ahead of time, not wait until the last minute. Now, I can't comment on the GM, what she did, but I did talk to her before she left, and she was most concerned about getting her signatures on the TABC documents, not the Los Angeles Corporation documents. So since Mr. Hahn took it upon himself to make me a party to this, I'm following up on it and making sure that we have renewed our license, that the golf course can continue to sell beer and wine and those very much appreciated and lovely margaritas for the margarita machine. By the way, the golfers thank you immensely, especially the ladies. So we paid and our license is in effect.
Yes, ma'am, it is, and it has been posted at the golf up on the wall, that it has been, the renewal has been posted along with, and I had some questions when I was out there at the night golf about if they knew about how long had the hot dogs been on the grill and this and that. So I have had them post their server license and also their food handler's license, and they are very up to date. They're tagging all the food that's been in the refrigerator when it went in, when it has to be disposed of. They're very, very familiar with the food handler licenses of what the food that they're handling at the port.
From March 25th, 1995 date. If you haven't found the signed copy, I actually have a copy of the unsigned one if you need it. I'd be happy to send it to you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please email it to the board, please.
I will do that. Thank you.
We have the unsigned copy. It's in our folder in the file.
If no one has.
I would like to make the comment though, our signatures on the TABC license is through Los Morris, has to be through Los Morris because it is under Los Morris as the holder of the beer and wine license and the liquor licenses.
And I would guess that the signed copy somewhere around the 3/25/1995 date that's in there. I've seen it. So is Lisa. Vale. We've seen the same copy. We know it's signed copy. We know it's there.
And Sandy, the margarita machine will be there for the ladies golf and the men's golf on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Thank you.
So, any more comments on TBC, Les Moore's quote, legal opinion? As I mentioned, we're waiting our legal opinion to return back to us. And so unless anyone has anything else to say, I'd motion we table this until we hear back from our lawyer. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
John Herder, huh?
We did. That's a unanimous vote to table. Our next item, reserve study bids. Ms. Wolf, you said we had 3 reserve study bids.
There are 3 bids and I have them put in your packet and we probably need to review those and study them and decide if any of those will fit into what we need done and then look at what it's gonna cost us. So it's gonna need some review and conclusions as to which direction we're gonna go in.
And, Aaron, I've reviewed, some of this, some of these documents are very lengthy, but I would encourage everybody just to review it to some extent to get familiar with it, but I would also encourage the board, let's not really take any action on this until our general manager's back and we have the ability to, also workshop this with her as well.
So that's a motion to table the reserve study bid until we have Ms. Cavender back to review it with the board. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Next is the amended budget for 2025 approval. Do we have an amended budget?
No, we have a budget, but not an amended budget.
I motion to table the amended budget for approval without an amended budget until the next time we gather. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
John? Would you like to vote on that?
Can you hear you?
Yes, thank you.
John, can you hear me?
Barely, I got earphones touching my brain and they're as loud as I can get them.
All right.
And, it's just really hard to hear y'all.
We voted to table to amend the budget. Right now, the vote count is 4 to.
Okay. Yes.
All right, unanimous vote to table the amended budget. So we have the amended budget in the next week. Financial Controls Resolution Association Credit Card Policy. This is a resolution that had already previously been passed. And I think the issue is the non-compliance with the policy. Is that correct?
Well, I've been pointed out that I'm not reviewing every credit card statement, so should probably do that. Is there anything else that's not being met in that resolution?
Signatures?
Is that what you said?
No, I'm asking. All right, without any other comments,
Can you hear better? Can you hear better?
Say again, Memo?
Can you hear better with the phone?
The phone? No, I cannot.
I can hear me.
Was there a motion, Memo?
There's no motion.
No motion. Just
Oh,
leave it,
okay.
just table it.
This might be another topic better handled when the GM returns. So I motion to table this topic until the next board meeting.
Second that.
All in favor?
All right.
Next, KCAT attorney clarification.
So we tested all the appraisal values on all the properties listed. Is that correct? So nominal value.
That's what I understand. Yes, you filed it.
I filed the protest.
So we didn't then individually test the normal valuation of any properties. We just did them all as we should be paying a nominal value on those. Is that correct?
I said that I filed the protest, John, had attached all the, and listed all the, tax appraisals that we had received for 2026. And it was, completely filed on one filing, one protest of all of them.
I don't remember what. The issue
It's
with
my
clarification.
understanding they'll set it for an ARB meeting to be arbitrated, and then after that, John, is if you're not satisfied with that, is that when it would go and combine with the lawsuit? I'm not real. I haven't been in on the front end of this, so I'm not real sure about everything. John could probably tell you more information about the protest.
Yeah, Sharon. Okay, so just to clarify, the agenda item is KCAT attorney clarification. So I pulled his email up right here, and essentially what our attorney is telling us is that there can only be one protest for each property account ID. There cannot be two. So since we already have a protest on the books that's led us into a suit for nominal value under section 23.18, we cannot, to my understanding, we cannot protest under 23.18 and then simultaneously at the same time protest for something else. So we are protesting for nominal value, which is section 23.18, and then we will, upon meeting with the ARB board and the decision thereafter, we will have to make a decision as a board as to whether we want to proceed with adding that as an addendum in addition to the current lawsuit that we have with the county or with the tax office,
Do we have
appraisal office.
any time frame on when that ARB hearing might take place?
So again, yeah, I'm sorry, it's really hard.
Do we have any time frame on when that ARB hearing might take place and when the actual litigation might move into district court?
I believe that we read through the form. I think they start them as soon as in June, I believe. And I think last time it was in July, so it'll be somewhere in the next couple months. And then as far as litigation and getting in front of district court with Judge Andrade would be, I've told y'all, as far as I know, it's going to be sometime towards the end of this year. And that's something that we can write an email to Mr. Roses. I believe he was supposed to check the docket and see when we could get on. But that last communication with him, we have not had any communication with the appraisal district's attorney. So I don't know where we stand with that, honestly.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have no action then. Is that correct? So I guess that's just clarification, motion to table this item.
Second.
All in favor? On to discussion of possible action items. First on the list is the whistleblower policy request for audit purposes.
We do have a copy of, the Fort Clark Springs Association supporting concerns in non-retaliation policy. It's formally referred to as the whistleblower policy. I do have a copy of that. I would hope that it had been put in your packet. That was going to be presented to the auditor. The auditor, this is part of our audit and needed to be put into the audit.
Oh, it just needs to be a part of the audit. That's what we're taking action on.
Yes, the auditor had requested it.
So this has been brought up in previous audits. My understanding was on the whistleblower request is that they ask us if we have one, but it's not required for the audit, nor is it required by law. I could be wrong, but that's been my understanding, and maybe there's somebody in the audience or in, on the board that's been through this before. But I do remember that we have had a whistle policy request from the audit multiple times, and then we just not submitted one. We just say we don't have one. I'm not saying that's grounds for not making motion to adopt one. I'm just saying I don't think this is actually required for the audit. It's just something they ask us whether we have or not.
I'm not sure, but we do have one. If y'all want to approve it, we can go with what we have, or you can table it and review it and make a decision later.
That'll work. I know Charlie brought it up before the she comes, but I don't know.
So to recap, basically, the auditor is requesting this. It's not required. We haven't in the past. They're still requesting this. This was brought to our attention by Ms. Cavender a couple months ago. We haven't. We've had this document, but we haven't decided to do it. And do we still want to review it further before we agree to this? I'm asking the board members.
I mean, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just make one and not get asked for it every time.
Well, we do have one. We don't need to make one. We have one. And you just need to decide if you want to accept this one or not.
I'm okay with that one. If the auditor's okay with it.
Are there any other objections to this whistleblower policy?
Well, who created the policy? Just on wondering.
Our legal.
Oh, okay.
This was created by Fort Clark Springs, so thank you, Ms. Cavender. Our legal counsel put this together for us.
Yes.
So we requested this. It's in front of our face. It's not mandatory, but it's requested. So do directors want to take a vote on accepting this?
You already paid for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and motion to approve the whistleblower policy for Clark Springs Association to be submitted with the audit. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous vote. Whistleblower policy request for the audit purposes. Next item is the budget workshop calendar. We had selected dates for our 2027 budget and set them up on the calendar. I guess we can announce it and approve it. We did this last month.
Aaron, what were the proposed dates, please?
I'm looking at my calendar right
Oh, sorry.
So the first upcoming date is on Saturday, June 13th for a budget workshop. And then we would have a regular meeting the following weekend on the 20th. And then July 11th would be another budget workshop. And then the 18th would be another, July 18th is a regular meeting. And then August 15th is a regular meeting, which I think this is when we will be approving the budget. Assuming we've gotten through all the kinks. That is the schedule we came up with. So to recap, budget workshop, Saturday, June 13th. Regular meeting following weekend, June 20th. Budget workshop, July 11th. Following week, regular meeting, July 18th. And then regular meeting, August 15th to approve the budget. That's the proposed budget workshop calendar. Any comments for or against?
Fine with that schedule.
I motion to approve the budget workshop calendar as described.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
That's unanimous.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
On to the third item, where the Kinney County Groundwater Committee formation. No one has specifically asked me for this, but I have talked to people about it being a thing worth pursuing, and so really, we can create a committee, and no one could volunteer for it. But with the importance of groundwater, and that we've had groundwater on our agenda every month, although finding where it fits on the agenda doesn't. It's not a committee report. It's not an actionable item. So I thought maybe we would discuss whether we want to have a committee or not. So I'm bringing it up.
I like the idea. There's a lot of people in this community very concerned about the groundwater, including myself, and I think it would warrant a committee report brought to us by membership.
In the past, we've had David Quorum, when they have, things that need to be discussed or upcoming things to inform the board. I've been very active, with the groundwater. Eddie Morales was very instrumental in being able to get the state to come in and do an audit of the groundwater. I attend the GMA 7 meetings where we were able to get them to reconsider our MAG and our DFC. The water here is our life. If we don't have it, the board doesn't have people that want to stay here. So, Los Morris, Conservation has a group here that, I think they meet once a month and have been active in trying to do this. In the process right now, of holding off on the petition that attorney has drawn up, to petition, TCEQ to come in and assess, the groundwater until they decide what they're gonna do with the DFC and drought plan. Once they've made those decisions, then the attorney will decide that's pro bono, no, it's not costing the board anything. will file this petition for TCEQ. TCEQ is the enforcement arm for the Groundwater Commission, Kinney County Groundwater. And the legislation, Mr. Morales that supported TCEQ, and it was stated that it had to be from the affected parties petitioning. And that is what we're in the process of doing. And it depends on what they do. If they finally get a drought plan, if they adjust the DFC and the MAG, they've got our MAG set it, and that's how many acre feet of water we have, was set back in the beginning at around 60 or 70,000 acre feet of water. And that was with information that Dr. Hill, who was the hydrologist here, admitted to me that they knew was wrong since 2013. And it should be around 10,000 acre feet, not 60 or 70. And that's what we've been working on. So David Palmer and Harry Bentley are the two conservative members that we have on the groundwater board, and trying to fight and get some things done. So I think it would be nice if there's anybody else that would like to join in and support this. But when there are things that come up, I think David would be more than willing to come in and explain what's going on. And I go to the GMA 7 meetings, which is the regional meetings for everybody where they decide what's going to go on. And I could, and David also could present that. So it's up to y'all if you want a committee. I think the more the merrier. We need to fight for the water.
I got a question. I'm not against the committee. I'm pretty, if it gets formed, it's a beautiful thing. But what your issue is, if people want to start a committee, then the membership need to create a committee and come to us and tell us, blah, 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 blah,
No,
blah.
the board creates committees and then the membership has to populate them.
Okay,
So we could create a committee and have anyone who wants to be on it, but I thought this would be an open discussion to start, to hear at least now if anyone members for or against this committee. I'd like to hear it.
okay. And before you call in for members to come up, there is already a private committee, Las Modas, Conservation Water Committee, already in effect.
I-
But this would be a second one created by the board.
They're not members of this association. Most of them are not members of this.
I'm just trying to get clarification on it.
So the point of this board would be, instead of having Mr. Palmer get up and give a report, that there would be more members engaged to then give a
If they
report
want to.
regularly.
Yeah.
So when we have committee reports, there'd be a groundwater report. And we would know, not just, we have a guest speaker in a discussion item that doesn't belong there. It became clear every month as we're having a report that perhaps we should have a committee for the report, because we're getting reports with no committee. And I know this is an important thing for the community. I don't think, this is for Clark Springs, not just for Clark. So to me, it's an integral part of our community, and I think we all care about this, and would love to have people involved. But again, we can form a committee and no one can join it, then we can disband the committee. I just thought, since we were getting reports on this every board meeting that I've been a part of, just about, that I suggest making a committee so it has a proper space in the meeting to present.
I will wager they will get more volunteers than the ARC committee.
For the airport committee.
Okay, fair enough.
So again, no one signed up for this. Would anyone like to speak on the
And three
groundwater?
of us on the front row that will probably be on that committee, or asked to be on that committee, because we've been very active in attending those meetings. In fact, I was kicked out of that meeting. In fact, I was asked by Les Robinson to leave a meeting because of my opposition to it, and he called the sheriff. Of course, he does that considerably, a lot of the time. So yeah, there's several people in here that will join this committee and be active on it, because the water is critical to the to this fort and its continued existence. And I agree with you in that regard. Okay. So yes, form the committee and we'll populate.
A motion that we form
Whoa,
around
whoa,
one.
whoa, whoa, whoa. More to speak.
Mr. Bennett, wanna-
There's a few hands up.
I'm not for or against. My question was just gonna be, what would be the committee's remit? Now, that might be something you charge them. What would be their role? What would their reason to exist? If we just say we're gonna have a committee on water and everybody agrees that the water is important. Excuse me, I love grass seed. And I mean allergies, not the other grass, sorry. Realized when I said that was probably a bad thing. I just want to make sure that whatever you guys do, that there's some kind of a mission statement for that committee, so it just doesn't become yet another committee that the board rather has to look after. That's all. I have a concern that we make sure we know what we're gonna be looking at.
I would say to keep the board and the membership fully informed on groundwater issues.
That may not be something you do today. I'm just bringing it up as a possible discussion item. So that's all. But I also had, on a separate note, I had put down that I wanted to speak on agenda items in general. Now, I'm going to wait until just before you go into executive session if you like. But I did have a specific comment on this one and just make sure that whatever we do with the committee, they have a clear brief on what's expected.
So my understanding is, as a committee is formed, the charter of the committee and the function of that committee is generated by the committee, subject to state law, of course. And like ARC is a real good example. There's a lot of state law there saying what they can and can't do. But the point of a committee is to take on this. I mean, we have a board member who's actively involved, but if there were a group of membership who could get together and make recommendations to the board for how we engage in all things water as we have signed letters to submit to the things. That's the point, is to get the legwork done on, all things water, and have a group of people specifically for that to make recommendations. So then the board can take action where we go, we approve. You want us to send a letter? You want to do this? Please bring it to us. That's the point. So yeah, there would have to be some structure, but as it's a new committee, I would say the structure gets defined. I mean, there's going to be a chair, and I don't know how many members. There's no rule on what that has to be, but y'all would, the committee would create that and present it, and then we agree to it, and then there would be form, structure, and purpose. That's the way I see it.
That's great. Sounds like that my comment might have been premature because it's almost a chicken and egg thing. We want a committee, but we don't know what the committee does. So now we make a committee, they'll figure it out. That's great. I just wanted to make sure that you're thinking of this. That's all. I get you.
I'd like to make everybody aware of the fact that there's 3 groundwater board members up for re-election this year in the rural area. And I would think the committee might be interested in trying to find and locate some conservative people to run against them. At the last election, I volunteered to be treasurer for the 4 people that were running and set up a special PAC for donations, which paid for their signs and all of their advertising and everything under a special PAC with SOS. I have volunteered to do that again this year. If y'all come up with some candidates that would like to run, I helped with the advertising and posters and all that. So that might be something that the committee would like to get involved in. I don't know how political we can get, but we've got to have some conservative representation from, on the board, on the water board, that will vote to have a drought plan. Every county has a drought plan, if we don't. And they have been pushing to make the springs irrelevant. Del Rio has made theirs irrelevant, so they don't have any guidelines or guardrails what goes on with the water. So it's a very important issue. If the committee wants to form and would be interested in that, I would be glad to help them with what was done last time. The way they've set up the election for the water board, it has to be a rural person. So if anybody's interested, I'll be glad to talk to them about that.
Mr. Webb. You hit on one piece of that, Sharon, when you were talking. I don't know that the HOA getting involved in a political election other than, stating their stance is where we want to be, but that's the topic for another discussion.
Right.
I would recommend that in much like what Curtis was talking about, that this be a natural resources committee and not specifically a groundwater committee. Elizabeth, you know that when the flood mitigation came through and they were talking about the creek and working with that, that's something that I think the very same people that would be involved in looking at groundwater would want to know.
But that's all about the spring.
Right.
So,
So making like,
all the same subject.
right, but if you limit it to groundwater, that's what I'm saying, make it a natural resources committee
Personally,
versus.
I think it needs to be about ground.
Okay,
Which
well,
is-
that's fair.
Which is all, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for that spring, and I'm sorry, I don't have time to talk, so.
No, I'd like to have you come up and speak after.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's fair, Elizabeth, if that's how you think it should be, but there are multiple things that are going on that are not just groundwater. Like you're talking about the groundwater committee, you also have a drought mitigation plan that's at other entities that needs to be paid attention to that has, doesn't have your groundwater involvement. So making that a more encompassing scope so that this committee can operate in all of those instances in, for the water, meaning flood mitigation, that was going to change, what the creek looked like potentially. Looking at drought mitigation plans in other places and also like being able to look at how you're going to actively participate with these other organizations when it comes to water, not just groundwater.
And Las Flores Conservation does a wonderful job on the groundwater, and that's basically their focus is to deal with the groundwater, Kinney County groundwater. But we do have a lot of natural resources. At one time, we had some endangered species, and when the creek goes dry, we lose all those endangered species that needed protection. So there is a lot of other things on here other than that the spring affects a lot of other natural resources on the board.
Ms. Hodges, would you like to get up and speak?
Sure. I just want to say, I'm a listener project. We've been here since 2004. We're limited, in my opinion, for time and effort. And if you start out looking at a big picture, to me, the source of everything that happens here is that spring. It affects, the creek. It affects the animals. It affects the endangered species. So if we could focus to start out with as a committee, and I would be the first to join. In fact, we already have, my husband passed recently, and everyone knows that through Chris Hale, we have a fund set up where money can be donated to a nonprofit, and then we have access if we need legal money, and it may end up in court someday. Who knows? But there's a way to donate. It's Greater Edwards Aquifer Alliance, which is very well-known nonprofit. But if we could focus on that spring, and we've got people here, and I know there are people here. I walk constantly, everybody knows, and people are always talking about how important they know that spring is. And the spring is the source for all the other natural resources here. If we don't have that, we don't have anything. And so I'll be the first one to sign up, but I think we really need to be careful, as Travis said, about not being political, because that divides a line in the sand here in this community. But that doesn't mean that we can't say as a residential group that we support conservation of our natural resources. And these are we would support the people that are running for those offices, but basically we need to educate each other. We all have snippets of information. It's a complex issue. I'm going to say it this way. I think it's a pretty simple issue that people try to make complex. They try to put up smoke screens. So if we could just start with the spring and letting the community know. Do you know? Do you really understand what is? I had a conversation with a guy the other day who said we were using the spring for our private issues. It was at Julie's, and I had to explain to him, the spring comes up and it's underneath and it comes out further down the creek. And so anyway, education and letting the groundwater district know that we have a presence now as Fort Clark Springs. Sharon's been there, I've been there, Jason's been there, many of you have been there. But if they knew that it was formally a committee here that we care about it that much, I think it's hugely profound. So I'll be the first one to sign up, but I really think it needs to be about the spring, which is controlled by the groundwater district.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges. Given the input, I would propose that we create a committee and let the committee define its name, so that the way the committee wants to call itself, which we know what this is about. It's about groundwater, it's about resources, etc. But I would propose that we let the committee name itself with the understanding we're talking about the spring and the resources in our community.
A second.
All right, so I motion the formation of a committee to address both conservation of natural resources and groundwater, to be named by the committee for the formation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Approved.
Aaron, let me just say one thing. I would like to reserve the right that I think even Travis touched on this, but we got to be careful. We have to leave room in there to approve the mission of the committee. We can't solely allow the committee to define the direction of the committee. And the purpose of that would be is that we have to walk a fine line, a non-political fine line by Property Code 209. So I just want to make sure that we as a board understand that we have to be able to review even though the committee's own stated purpose to fall in line with statute, make sure that we're abiding by state law.
I agree with that. So this has to be board approved. The committee gets together, they put together their charter, their name, whatever, they submit it to the board, and then we review and approve it or make amendments to it. That's the process.
All right.
On to the next item, potential historical marker applications, adult center and fire station.
Someone to speak on that?
We have two members who have volunteered to start the application process for getting plaques for both the adult center and the fire station.
Are those members here? You're gonna do the application, Veronica?
We're gonna do it for the adult center and the firehouse if somebody gets me with the information.
Can you come up here?
Can you speak, please? Thank you.
I just wanted to know who's initiating this and who's gonna follow through with it and get it done from point A to point Z.
I will.
Okay.
The hospital is easy. I've got all the information on the history of it, along with the floor plans and all of that. But I have nothing on the firehouse. So to do that one, I would need more information. We've already passed the deadline for this year, so I have until March 15th before I have to submit it. And I'm willing to pay for both of the plaques financially too. It's very important to take care of our historical buildings. We have some of the most beautiful buildings I've seen. And I think they all deserve to have their own plaque. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna pay for all the rest of them to have their own plaque, but those two, have a special meaning, so I definitely would pay for those. But, like I said, on the firehouse, I don't know any history, nothing, so I would need help with that one. Um, and then if they say it can take 12 to 18 months before they approve it, once you submit it. So it won't be something that happens fast, but I'm told it also gives the Ford a discount on their taxes if those buildings have plaques.
It also opens the door for grants for repairs and stuff.
And that would be the only other things, we can take care of most of it financially, but on the repairs, I would need assistance from whoever department is in charge of that. Or what colors can be painted, because there are a lot of things that'll have to be repaired, glass work, some of the door frames. Some of the woodwork is rotting, and needs new paint job, but that's all things that can be done as long as somebody can direct me what colors. Because I know that historically it's certain colors.
I'm very supportive of the idea. I think that at this moment, I think right now would be real hasty to make a decision today, but in support of it, yes. And then maybe once everything gets filtered out as to what needs to be done and what are the good and bad, and I guess you can talk to Charlene and get all that squared away for next meeting, in my opinion, at this point.
AC to let Veronica handle it and pay for it. What's our loss?
That's true.
No? Well, we can vote.
Ms. O'Brien, you have something to say?
Yes, you're through.
Oh, yeah, me.
I don't want to rush you off.
Just getting the facts affected, and is there to do with buildings, and how, whatever we do with the buildings, so.
It-
Is it constricted? That's what I don't know. That's what I don't know.
I'll speak to that in a moment.
This is the first that I've heard of this, and I think it's awesome. And I also would like to do that for the barn, but my intentions, maybe incorrectly so, had been that I would get it done before you make the application. But you've just said that it's like a 18 months, 24 months worth of time to get it done and final. So maybe we should consider that as well. Maybe we could work together as a team. I know that there's money involved. I knew that before I got up here, but I have my ways of working that out. So what I'm asking is, can that lady and I try to work together to potentially do 3 buildings at one time?
I don't know, should we allow people to work together?
Linda, that's up to you and
That's not
Veronica.
the way we do things around here historically, so.
Because this is the first she's hearing about it, but it's the first I've heard about, and I wasn't going to do it this soon because I'm gonna be there another year. But if it's gonna take 18 months, that's okay.
Okay, so I'll try to keep it short, as this directly relates to my career work. I've had many plaque buildings in my career, remodels, obviously remodels if they're plaqued historic structures. So the limitations come to the exterior, and so the reason why people sometimes wait to apply for a plaque is because they know there's work they want to get done that will not be allowed once it's plaqued. I can give a very specific instance of that. Say Dickman Hall has a historic wood profile siding that is no longer a commonly produced material, and the only way to get it is to have it custom milled. And so you now have, this happens in Houston and the Heights, Buffalo's all the time. So they have to get a custom milled profile that costs substantially more than a hardy siding, which also is rot resistant, in a wet area. So now that you're plaqued, if you have a repair for siding, that the expense is tremendously higher and also won't last as long. So those are the kind of obstacles having a plaqued building makes. Same thing applies for windows. You can't just go buy some vinyl windows from Home Depot and pop them in a historic structure. You're going to have to try to replicate the
Which I think is
original
what
window.
MK's done with windows.
Right. I mean, it is totally a thing that can be done, but it's where then
Opening
your
up
replacement
the
costs go up tremendously from a good enough. And then this was a consideration even in the motel repairs as an attempt to keep the members as close to historically accurate while also providing a safe deck for people to walk on. So there's steel embedded plates now that aren't visible that would pass the muster, maybe if it had to go through historic, but since they're not plaqued, it was okay, and it could still be plaqued because it's not a visible, noticeable thing. It's a structural component that's embedded. That's very specific. Again, the obstacles you look at when you get plaqued are then material obstacles. If the commissary, for instance, if I could see pushback on the commissary having any other roof than a cedar shake roof, which is, by the way, the most expensive roof you can have. It costs more than slate. So they also last long and are to take hail without a problem. So there's trade-offs, but those are the considerations for any historic structure plaque. Is you then, at least on the exterior, fall into the, well, we've got to keep this original even if it costs more, just so everyone's aware. That's what you're looking at. And for that reason, sometimes it doesn't make sense to plaque everything, especially if it's a functional building like this building is. But I'm on board with plaquing as many as we can, because to me, the more plaque buildings we have, the more revenue we can get from state, federal, whatever entities, grants, etc., to help maintain them, as they are expensive to maintain. So that's my 2 cents.
Are you willing to, I know you're busy and you don't live here, but are you willing to meet with me at some point so we could go through the building and come up with some sort of a reasonable decision as to whether we should or we shouldn't?
I always do. I've been to the Staples many times.
Just, and the thing is we can't, if you come up with a decision that you don't want to do the full blown plaque, you can buy something that is something that people can come here and read. It's not from the state, but it looks comparable to some degree. I mean, that's another option. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, that's a different process. That's
Well, I understand it's a different process. My point is I want your opinion as to whether you're not. But right now, what we're doing is exactly what has been there. We haven't changed anything.
my opinion about the Staples specifically is that it is one of the most intact structures we have historically, with more original structural components
Right.
than the motels had. I referenced it for the motels for repairs and was surprised to see how intact it was, and also how the repairs that have been made to the Staples mostly have been in line with the original intent, with some exceptions, as you're well aware. So, I mean, the Staples to me was one of the closest buildings, completion wise, to being able to get. It doesn't seem like it'd be difficult to get a plaque for the Staples.
Okay. So, I will try and meet up with the other lady. We can talk. She may not be interested, but I think we could work well together. I can help her. She can help me. Maybe we can get it going. I was gonna wait, but if I don't have to have it completely done, why wait? It takes time.
That's very good.
All right. So,
That's all I have to say. I'll get out of your hair.
any other comments, Mr. Benham?
Are you talking about adding to the historical registry? Okay, so that obligates the fort to maintain those buildings. That's gonna increase our costs, and we can't always count on grants, right? So if we do this, what we're doing is we're adding more buildings that are gonna be taken from the historical fund, the historical set aside, the preservation, right? Okay, so I just think that the board needs to make an informed decision on that. If we just start plaquing all these buildings, I already hear how difficult it is to maintain these. And if we don't maintain them, does that also affect their tax status? So those are the questions I would have.
Yes. You lose tax credit, but the credit apply. First of all, these tax credits are not intended just to save money. the intent of the tax credit is for the money you save to be reinvested into the structure that's getting the credit. So that's a kind of a misconception. Oh, we just pay less taxes. It's like, well, that money should go into the building. Second of all, to your point, which is correct, for the firehouse, for instance, which, you know, or even the stables arguably could generate more money. The firehouse, dependable if it got turned into some kind of venue, I don't know, but the expenses attached to this, and this got brought up in the previous meeting relative to the firehouse roof repair potential cost. Yes, the cost of repair and upkeep versus the income generated by the structure is certainly one to take into consideration. Clearly, when we have a revenue generating structures like the motels, it's in our best interest to keep them in shape because they are a substantial portion of income that's not one of our largest portions of income that's not member dues. So there been some comments about why are we doing this for the motels? Well, we would hurt pretty bad without the income generated by the motels. Now, will we hurt bad from the revenue generated by the firehouse? Absolutely not. And so that is certainly a consideration for the application of these markers and what would it take to maintain them. Yes, that is a valid point.
Okay, I hope that has some discussion because, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak?
You have one more
I don't
comment.
know, so.
An occupied building will always last longer and remain in better condition as long as it's occupied. If you leave a building empty, it will deteriorate and it will rot because nobody is there to catch it before it gets bad. So it's to y'all's benefit, even if you're not going to plaque them, to at least get people in there on a daily, weekly basis, whether it's by renting it out, just having somebody visually in the building to catch things before they go bad. Because nobody caught the termite and mold rot in the admit building over at the adults. And yet there are 2 or 3 door frames that have so much rot, you just touch them and your finger goes quick. So.
Are you admitting to vandalism?
Yeah, I will. I just touched it to see if it was moisture. And I don't know if it was or not because my finger went into the hole. And there's several baseboards like that and door frames. So buildings need people. They just do. So even if you're just going through there once a week or something, it helps keep that building alive because you catch it before it's to the worst.
I appreciate that you're at the adult center often.
Every day.
Can I just make one more comment without running up there because I have a big mouth? And that is to have a cavalry fort without a stable is a crime. And when we have one. So I understand that money's an issue and time's an issue, but if you have individuals who are willing to work, so I go around and beat the bushes for the money. There's an individual in this room right here who I'm not going to mention just for it's not appropriate, who has given me the money to continue to move forward. Don't stop the process because you won't let us apply for please.
Any directors have anything to say about this?
I just want to add something to what's already been mentioned. In order to be plaqued, it has to be in a certain condition, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
No.
No. There are plaque buildings that are like crumbling.
Okay.
And
Okay.
So there's a difference between.
The only concern is if we raise money, that's all fine and dandy. But if it's going to cost the membership money now to get the building up to par for the plaque, which has now been stated that that's not the case, then I'm okay with it.
The plaque actually freezes the status of where the evaluation is. So, for example, for the tax exemption. So, if you're building, for example, the headquarters building, if it were plaqued right now, it would be evaluated year to year based on its status when it was plaqued. So, any improvements that would be made would then become. So, if you can get it plaqued in its current status, that is the status at which it's evaluated.
So an example of that, please, some historian fill in the gap here, but there's a fort in Uvalde that is just a foundation.
Right.
And that is a black foundation. Is I believe so, yeah. So that's an example of, well, it doesn't have a roof, it doesn't have walls, but it's a historic structure.
So we're not committing to spending $100,000 in memberships money. We're committing to try to see if we can get a plaque on there, and what's gonna take to make that happen, not that we promise to spend X amount of money in the future, not even a dollar.
And right now, we can make a decision that if we got flag tomorrow and things need to be fixed in the building and it costs 3 or 4 times more, we're willing to do that.
That's another decision
I know, but that's what we're headed to, once it's flagged.
to further discussion later.
Okay?
Well, I want to throw out there that the preservation committee and maybe it's original inception, I don't know, but had a mission of plaquing one building per year, which has not happened. And that's an ambitious statement anyway, but I am certainly for plaqued buildings on the fort because they helps preserve, it brings money in, and it opens the door. So I'm in favor of it. So I would, unless there's any further comments from anyone. John?
Yeah, I would just like to say that I'm gonna be honest here. I don't have enough background or education in how this stuff works to make a decision. I'll do a better job of digging into that and trying to figure out what it is, the benefits and the drawbacks to doing plaque buildings. But right now, I don't have enough information to make a decision on
That's
that.
how I feel right now.
Well, I would like to motion to move forward with marker applications here, just applications for the adult center, the fire center, fire station, and the Staples.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Can you repeat the motion, Aaron? I didn't hear you.
I motion to start the marker application process for the as volunteered by members for the adult center, the fire station, and the Staples.
Fire truck included in there.
No, but there has long been talk about the fire truck being a part of the fire station as a part of the museum aspect of it.
We have a motion and a second.
Is you gonna say anything else?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, so I'm call vote. All in favor?
Aye to history.
All against?
I abstain.
So that's 3, 4, 1 against,
Let's speak.
1 abstaining.
The application process for this year has already passed. It had to be done by the 15th.
Right, so this is for next year.
So we won't even be able to submit the application until March of next year. The reason I want to start it now is it has to be 15 to 25 pages long. It has to be a description of why it was important to the community and what was its importance. It has to have floor plans and any number of things, and everything has to be double spaced. So it's going to be a long, tedious process just to fill out the paperwork to submit the application come March 15th. So I'm not going to start it March 1st and try to get it done. If y'all are going to at least let me start the application process, then I'll go ahead and start the write-up, because it may take me the whole year to do it.
I appreciate your efforts, Veronica, I really do. I guess we're gonna have to have another vote when the applications are ready, whether or not we're gonna submit them or not at a later date.
Yeah, and like I said, the application fee is $100.
By that time, I'll have more information.
And I know what the marker fee is. I'm willing to pay that, at least on those 2 buildings. I'll help with Steve too.
Lauren, let me say, I certainly really appreciate your efforts. And I also want to clarify something as to why I'm a little cloudy on the subject. Personally, it's just that I really believe that we'll win our tax lawsuit. And if we don't win all of it, that we will win a portion of it. And because of that, it will far exceed the 25% reduction in taxes on our buildings. So that's, you know, even if you, like you just said, if you submitted it of March of next year and it takes 18 to 24 months, well, there's a good chance by March of next year, we have this, a resolution or a decision from the district court as to how to proceed on our taxes. And then in theory, it wouldn't even matter. Not saying that we don't get them, plaqued at that point. I'm just saying the tax part of it may not matter, which would kind of help me make a decision, I guess.
If they do an extra discount, so it would matter.
There won't be a discount on the dollar value.
It's not whether it's a tax value or not, it's where we could get grants.
Yeah.
With a plaque, we could get grants. Without a plaque, there's no, you know, we'd have a hard time getting a grant.
It's great for our marketing to be able to say we have more plaque buildings than anywhere else. We probably already do have that, but you know, a few more couldn't hurt the numbers. A lot of people come here for the history, not stay here.
That's right.
Elizabeth.
I can look up and I'll talk loudly. I loved when Sharon said that the Texas Historical Commission is going to be here on Wednesday. What a profound thing to happen, so you can get many of your questions answered. I spent a day in Austin, in Texas Commission on the Arts, where then they proposed that I have conversations with them, and they're the source. They're going to be right here on Wednesday, so I can't come because I teach school, but I think it would behoove any of you who are wanting to do this to be there. Am I right, Sharon? Is that what you said?
That is correct, and I have signed up for it, and I think they're limiting it to 40 people. So I don't know, you would have to check. I think it's online and you can just click on there and sign up, but I think it's really important to know what is available and what we can access as far as grants and help from Historical Commission. They have a lot of information on tourism and advertising and stuff that we could get maybe more traffic through here. And I think we really need to focus on our historic value here. You go to any of these other forts and the only thing you see are rocks and piles of rocks. They do not have the intact buildings that we have. They do not have the amount of plaque buildings that we have. They do not have the amount of people that have the National Congressional Medal of Honor that we have. There's so much we have here that we need to be letting people know that we're here.
Sure. Can that be put on a dispatch? So those of us who would, I mean, I'm saying I don't think there's a person in this room that wouldn't be interested in pursuing information with you.
Sure.
Could we get it through the dispatch? How we?
I think it is on this, but I want
It
to
is
get
on
a
this
clarification on this. There's only a limited seating, 40 people, of the membership can only go to the Dickman Hall for that?
I believe that's what they have counted on.
Only 40 people are
They
allowed.
maybe can expand it. I don't know, but
Okay.
that's what it says right now. I don't
Thank
know
you.
if that's all they feel like they can accommodate or not. Because they will be furnishing a lunch, and that's one reason they need to know in advance how many people are going to be coming. It is on a dispatch. We can try to dispatch it again, but and it has a sign up where you can just click on there and sign up and let them know if you're going to attend or not.
All right. The fifth item, board committees, member list, charters, authority, and related board resolutions. Jason.
That committees.
So part of this was covered, I guess, with our groundwater natural resources rate thing as far as who's a part of it, the charter, what their authority is. So this is just an extension of that, really, for clarity on the existing committees. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about that?
And we have copies of the charters of all the committees and member lists available to us.
So I have some contacts. We've been talking about resolutions get pulled up randomly. I would like for the secretary to pull up resolutions so we can go through. We've been talking about this for a long time. I would like to reconcile what we do have on the record regarding charters and resolutions so that we know we're operating. An example even would be the way that the meetings are run. As I've loosened up this meeting from the past regarding Robert's rules, where you notice I'm not motioning in second, and then we discuss, I'm just bringing it up, and then we discuss, and I'm also like alternating member and director discussion in an effort to listen to y'all and how you want to participate. There's a board resolution saying we run meetings per Robert's rules, but I'm trying to make it more comfortable at the same time. There's a number of resolutions that have been passed that I think we need to review. So I'd like to see a list of file documents.
I have all the resolutions on a flash drive from the county of all the resolutions that have been filed. I've been trying to go through there because there are none of them. When you look at them, you don't have any idea what they are until you open them up and look at them. And I've been going through and trying to label them and give them a title because there's no titles, but there's hundreds of resolutions that I have on the flash drive that the county downloaded that they have on file there. So we can start working on that.
So does that require board? I mean, we're already doing it. I guess there's no board action required.
I don't know if there's any board action if you want to make a vote.
So would this be more of an office request when Charlena comes back for something to her, like a directive for her to try to organize some of this, the resolutions and all this? What's the objective?
Yeah, no, that's what I'd say, to compile it and review it, because there's a lot of stuff out there that I find out, a year into it, that, oh, here's a resolution someone presents. So I'd like for it to be clear and organized for the board to review.
So you just have to decide. I believe she does have a flashback also with that information on it. So I don't know that we need to duplicate work. So if you would like to organize that, I think we just need to make a motion to whoever you're going to appoint.
I think, like John said, a directive was fine because I'm assuming they'll contact the committees. The committee can be contacted, and the committee should be able to provide information to whoever's collecting the information. Other than, well, Sharon said she already has a resolution on a drive.
Well, yeah, so this is a request for information that exists. It's an RFI. So I don't know if action is necessary other than make the request to get the information.
I would like to know who's on all the committees. There's committees that they exist. I don't even know who the people are on. Who's serving them, so I can at least thank them for serving.
We have a committee without a name or members.
Which one's that one?
The resource spring,
Well,
whatever.
that would be start. We have a bombs committee, and I know it's not a board committee, but I don't even know who's on it. Oh,
So how many committees are there?
The architecture committee, the golf committee, the preservation committee, the
architecture?
I said architecture. The airport committee, recycling committee. There previously was I don't know, there's RV or recreational committee that
Warren's mentioned, but there's not.
but that has been defunct for years, and it's not operated as a committee. So there's a number of things.
Clean up it seems for you.
Yeah, basically clean up of what's real and
Organize.
who's a part of it. But again, that's just, I don't know that's a board action. It's just a request for information from I guess, the GM and coordinate with the secretary. That's it. All right, so I guess no action taken. So back to, I have a list of members with no agenda items on comments. And I did make the statement that this is a board meeting with actionable items, or what we discussed, so we can take action on them. Mr. Benham had a comment on agenda items in general, which is something, I guess you can get up.
Thanks. I just am concerned that and I'm not part of the committee, but they submitted a request to be on the board here on the agenda. They submitted the appropriate document and they're not listed on the general comments. They didn't ask to be an executive session, so that's a concern. But in general, if we can have a member discuss a restaurant, I think we can have people discuss the possible removal and the process for that. I'm also concerned, I just want to say a couple things here, and I'm not trying to take up anybody's time. I've already talked about that one. I'm concerned you're asking people to sign up, and then if they don't divine what your intent is, then you don't let them speak. If people sign up, they want to talk about the agenda in general, which is what I'm doing. They're probably the same way. I would ask that you would call on them. Also, as far as the comptroller stuff goes, I keep here talking about, we need to fix all this stuff. I would remind the board that Lisa Vale, with the help of Triumvir and the various Fort employees, have already answered a lot of questions on 3 different audits over a period of 18 months. And if you guys have questions on what does and doesn't belong in an audit, you might consider asking her as well, because I don't think anybody's reached out to her about how all those audits got done and what's required. The point in question is this business with the, sorry, I lost my train of thought. We were talking about whether or not we had to have a policy for whistleblowers. That question was asked 3 times, and they said no, when the audit people went right by it because it's not required. So I would encourage you to do that, but ask them. And this, as just a general comment, you mentioned earlier that the town hall was about firing the GM. Firing the GM wasn't the problem. That wasn't why people were upset at the town hall. Firing the GM was a symptom. So some of the other behaviors that people have been talking and asked about, including the noted absence of an opportunity for the removal committee to speak as they requested in open session.
So I'll repeat what I said at the beginning, which is, this is not a town hall. This is a board meeting. We speak on actionable items. The example of a restaurant, certainly a restaurant at the fort is an actionable item that the board can make a decision on and has. The commercial use of spaces is something we can speak to. The board does not vote on board removal. That is not the process. And again, this is not a town hall. I have made an effort for everyone to be able to speak onto the agenda items. As I also mentioned, a member of the committee removal has made legal threats. And so I cannot respectfully engage publicly without legal consultation, as it impacts the association.
I'd like to just say something here. I respect your opinion there, Aaron. However, in section E, you say which is a new part of our agenda. I actually missed it because I just don't generally read the embolded areas. It says member comment on agenda items. But I would argue that the point that you just made, Aaron, was that the member comment is for discussion or action items, when that's not what it says in section E. It says agenda items. And if I'm not mistaken, at the top of the agenda, there's a big word that says agenda. And then everything below that would be considered the agenda. So I would encourage the board to allow, I would encourage the president to allow, the committee to speak in front of the board under section E of, member comment on agenda items, because it is most certainly an agenda item.
I would argue that's a semantic argument, and I went over the intent of section E before the meeting, minutes before the meeting, with the sign-up sheet that also says specific agenda item to which people have signed up for without an agenda item written. And so agenda items that the board can take action on are discussion action items, arguably unfinished business. But anything on the document, like the meeting type, is not something to be discussed, or the date, time, or the location, call to order. Those are not, as they fall under the term agenda items that can be deliberated on, whether it's the moment of silence or a pledge. So, and yes, the president puts together the agenda, and member requests for agenda items do not have to be put in. People can request an agenda item, and that doesn't mean it has to make it to the agenda, particularly if it's not an agenda item that is an actionable board item. It's not necessary. And again, the restaurant, as an example, is an actionable item for presentation to the membership. We had a town hall. This is not that type of meeting. I've encouraged membership to speak on actual agenda items, not just words on the same sheet with this. I also have talked in multiple meetings about our meetings are for action, and we speak about motions, not members. Whereas certainly in a town hall, the bulk of the conversation is about members, whether it's board members or regular members. That is not the purpose of this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is the business of the board, not personal attacks, and certainly not attacks on board members. I'm also not here to defend myself publicly, as I've told you prior to getting to this. When I started, people can say what they can say. It is not my job to defend who I am. However, in this role, it is my job to run the meeting in a professional manner and stick to the core business, because this is a board meeting, not a town hall. With that said, we've gone through the agenda items. I motion to adjourn to executive session.
Second that.
Also, next one, talk.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Abstaining? 2 opposed to adjourning. Meeting adjourned.
Removal committee still invited at the appropriate time to attend the executive session.
You're in executive session.
And will we be called in order? Discussions, I assume we will not be in there until it comes up to us.
The order doesn't matter. We can swap it any which way you want. I would.
You ready?
tracks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a line that. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. If only for a moment. If only for a moment. decide. After all this time, this was it for us. Change your energy, yeah, you switch things up. Now you seem brand new to me. But was that even for? Was you playing your games? Was you really bored? No. I really should've known. They were dynamite till we hit a red light. Didn't see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it never was. No, you can't decide. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. Oh, I really should've known. We were dynamite till we hit a red light. Didn't see the side. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it never was. No, you can't decide. After all this time, this was it for us.
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Say it louder, say it louder. You're the question, you're the answer. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time.
Oh yeah, 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 oh yeah. Hey there, what you drinking? Two shots, let's pour it out. I know what you're thinking, but tomorrow won't come for us. This life that we're living, ain't never gonna give it up. Double shot for the gifted, one more for us. There you go, drink it up. All this love in a cup. Yeah, we go slow, we go fast. Yeah, we can't get enough. We stay all day, all night, living in paradise. Remember, you don't get it twice. The time of your life. This is the time of your life. Remember, you don't get it twice. The time of your life. Don't look at the past, no, we're not going that way. Oh, now make it last, like it last to the break of day. No matter what people say, live life in a fast lane. Double shot for the gifted, triple shot for the pain. There you go, drink it up, all this love in a cup. Yeah, we go slow, we go fast. Yeah, we can't get enough. We stay all day, all night, living in paradise. Remember, you don't get it twice. The time of your life. This is the time of your life. Remember, you don't get it twice. The time of your life. Remember, you don't get it twice. The time of your life.
Your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Say what you will at the hardware store. Don't get you started talking about sports, baby. Why won't you talk to me? Can't get your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Think you're the silent type, but that ain't what I like. I need a man who knows how to speak, so talk to me. Yap on the phone with your daddy till dawn. Fishing with your buddies, going on and on and on. Those fish hear more than me. Cat gets your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Think you're the silent type. That ain't what I like. I need a man who knows how to speak. Oh, you think you're the silent type.
walking tall. Some days I got no use for it all. Working hard, making less. Some days are bad, bad at best. Foolish notions, foolish lies. I set to thinking I could make something of me, playing every game except the lottery, serving everybody else and told myself I'm free. Misery is a showy state of bad company. Foolish notions, foolish lies. Foolish notions, they cut me down to size. You came along and lifted me up. The going got tough, but the tough got some love. Foolish notions, foolish lies. Foolish notions that made me wanna cry. Foolish notions, foolish lies. Foolish notions, well I said goodbye. Rolling thunder, calling down my name. Why don't you hear me wonder? Ooh, ooh. Oh, midnight highway, shining just like sin. Why don't you hear me wonder? Ooh, ooh. Tell me, river, where your current flows. Why don't you hear me wonder? Ooh, ooh. your freight train. Let a lost man ride. Why don't you hear me wonder? Ooh, ooh, fare you well, darling. Ain't coming back no more. Why don't you hear me wonder? Who been whispering since I've been gone so long? Freedom calling. Ooh, Mm, ah, well, I saddled up my shoes, headed out at dawn. Yeah, I saddled up my shoes, headed out at dawn. Ain't no place gonna hold me when the road keep rolling on. Left my baby crying, said you can't live that way. Left my baby crying, said you can't live that way. I told her love ain't chained down, it just comes and drifts away. Yeah. Saw the sun in the distance, looked like a burning coin. Saw the sun in the distance, looked like a burning coin. Lord, I don't need no preacher, just that dust roll to join. Now I'm rolling through the valley, wind hums through my head. Yeah, I'm rolling through the valley, wind hums through my head. You can't tell my woman I'm gone, and I ain't coming back. morning comes too early, hands already warm, working for a better day, trying to keep me warm. Boss man count his tally, we just count our turn. Fair don't come easy, I had to stand and fight for mine. Oh Lord, hear me now. Working, better day, keep me warm. People talk about difference, but I just see the same. Every heart need kindness, every soul need a name, and we're deep. Children laughing somewhere, sounds of better days. Keep the light inside you, don't let the darkness stay. So sing a song for mercy, sing it clear and kind. We all walk this same good earth, just trying to ease our mind. Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Every breath feels borrowed, but tonight the world's in tune. Chair hums beneath me, playing boards keep the time. Old chair hums beneath me, playing boards keep the time. If this sound ain't perfect, that's how it's mine. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Static sings the harmony. I couldn't ask for more. porch light burn uneven. Let the shadows play. Yeah, the porch light burn uneven. Keep the night from drifting away. If this ain't heaven, it'll do for today. The fire burned out. The warmth has gone away. The fire burned out, darling. The warmth has gone away. You turned so cold on me, baby, and you'll miss my love someday. The fire burned out. It's fading slow indeed. The fire burned out, darling. It's fading slow indeed. I'll keep on moving forward, but I'll cry myself to sleep. The fire burned out. It's gone and gone for good. The fire burned out. Oh, it's gone and gone for good. One day I'll open my heart again, just like I always knew I should. Oh, you know I'm free now, honey. I'm free from your chain. Oh, free now, honey. I'm free from your chain. And now that we're just memories, all I can do is bless your name. Well, I saddled up my shoes, headed out at dawn. Yeah, I saddled up my shoes, headed out at dawn. Ain't no place gonna hold me when the road keeps rolling on. Woo! Yeah. Left my baby crying, said she can't live that way. Left my baby crying, said she can't live that way. Told her love ain't chained down, it just comes and drifts away. distance looked like a burning coin. Saw the sun in the distance look like a burning coin. Lord, I don't need no preacher, just that dust road to join. Now I'm rolling through the valley, wind hums through my hair. Yeah, I'm rolling through the valley, wind hums through my hair. You can tell my woman I'm gone and I ain't coming back. Magnolia Town was humming, smoke lay on the ground. Yeah, Magnolia Town was humming, smoke lay on the ground. Ain't no face I recognize, and my baby can't be found. I left that place in summer, swore I'd be back by fall. I left that place in summer, swore I'd be back by fall. Now the porch is bare and broken, and her name's gone from the wall. Heard the church bell moaning down on Beale Street side. Heard the church bell moaning down on Beale Street side. Sounded like forgiveness for the tears I try to hide. Now I'm sitting with this guitar, strings hum like they know. Yeah, sitting with this guitar, strings hum like they know. When love don't live no longer, that blues is all you own. got a black king glitter, came this very morning. Yeah, black ink glitter came this very morning. Said my baby gone away, and my good luck so gone. Folded that paper, laid it on my bed. Folded that paper, laid it on my bed. Every word she wrote me, come my poor heart did. Sun don't shine no more, rain fall through my floor. Sun folded that paper, laid it on my bed. Every word she wrote me, come my poor heart did. Sun don't shine no more, rain fall through my floor. Sun don't shine no more, rain fall through my floor. Ain't no sound of laughing, just a ghost at my door. I said, Lord, have mercy, take this pain from me. Yeah, Lord, have mercy, take this pain from me. If I can't find peace in living, let that river set me free. Fortune lady told my mama before I saw the sun, said your boy's gonna love too hard and break more than one. He gonna make sweet women laugh and cry, laugh and cry, laugh and cry, in a whole wide world. Gonna ask him why, laugh and cry, but you know why I'm torn. Everybody knows I'm torn. Yeah, you know I'm a midnight man. Everybody knows I'm torn. Got a black cat charm and a heart turned blue. Got a letter from my baby saying I'm done with you. I'm gonna make you good, lead me by my hand. Then the crowd gon' cry for the midnight man. Love and cry. Love and cry. But you know I'm torn. Everybody knows I'm torn. Yeah, you know I'm a midnight man. Everybody knows I'm torn. Love and cry. All right, baby. Love and cry. That's how it is. Love and cry. Love and cry. Fresh like the morning, mouth wide open like they yawning. Every time they see me, they in G-Shock. Homie, this is too far. Homie, I feel too alive. You can see me like Illuminati. You can see me like Illuminati. But I'm shining so bright, so bright. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it. Bring a friend and come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on. Ain't no way rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them crushing like ice pouring the bub. It's overflowing on us. You drop it, then pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, cooling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you come on and bring me that up. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it.
I've been going out of my way
for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me who gon' rise and fall. I've been al inicio del ser. Quiero puedas ver que salimos del suelo y abrimos el mirar al fuego en nuestra mano. Fuego habló en lenguas, el tambor fue el sol. Bailamos en aliento, con silencio en el pulmón, y el tiempo se borró. Somos el fuego, somos la mano, creamos el sueño, hicimos el plano, nacidos del cielo, paridos del llano. Somos el fuego, somos la mano. Moldeamos el metal y aprendimos a mandar. Nombramos viento y sol, nos cubrimos de poder y pedimos por pero bajo el dolor, la brasa no cambió. Seguía en la piel y el polvo susurró. Recuerda tu valor. Somos el fuego, somos la mano. Creamos el sueño, hicimos el plano. Nacidos del cielo, paridos del llano. Somos el fuego, somos la mano. 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 Somos el fuego, somos la mano.
Sometimes all you need is a little bit of confidence. Sometimes just a little bit of self-respect. Now it's my time to step out of my comfort zone, take a chance. When I saw you coming out of the school that day, I knew you'd never be mine. Never. It's just me in my own skin. Me in my own skin. Nobody's buying my lies, but that's no surprise. It's just me in my own skin.
Somebody say something?
Testing.
Yeah, you're on.
All right, it's 2:55. We have adjourned executive session and are back in open session. 3 motions were made and voted on. We are here to show the vote. I move that the board authorize the engagement of the association's legal counsel to advise the Fort Clark Springs Association regarding member requests for open meeting agenda items, including applicable notice, agenda governance, and Texas Property Code compliance requirements. Or second?
Second.
All in favor? Motion 2, move that the board authorize the engagement of the association's legal counsel to advise the Fort Clark Springs Association regarding employee status, related personnel matters, and any resulting actions taken or proposed to be taken by the association. Or second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion 3, move that the board authorize payment of 4 weeks back pay to the general manager, calculated at the general manager's approved regular rate pay for the applicable period, less all required payroll withholdings and deductions. The payment be processed through the association's normal payroll procedures effective immediately.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So was her employment record also amended to show no break in service?
This is not a Q&A, right? So
She's getting on her back.
I'm motion that we adjourn the open session.
Second.
All in favor? Meeting's over.
You are. Adjourn the open session. I guess we can do that.
Meeting's
next
over.
meeting.
No, it's not an agenda.